a bit of atmosphere and putting on a show for the spectators.
Yeah, I mean that, as we said earlier, we keep saying, you know, that is what sport is about. And, you know, there's still more guys to come through, and this afternoon we've got a little later on. We've got the real excitement of the PT1s. Now the PT1s are the wheelchair-based athletes, and they swim as everyone else does. They then transfer into handbike and then a race chair. And in there we've got Phil Hogg, who was last year's European champion. This year he finished second, and Joe Townsend, who finished third to him. And they have, again, we would expect to see Phil come out of the swim first, but Joe is certainly chipping away at him on the bike and in the chair, and it's a fantastic battle we will see there later on. And we know that Phil will lead it out, but we know that Joe's going to be gunning for him every step of the way. And behind that we've got some great new talent guys coming through in Mark Conway and Neil Malcolm, who are certainly going to be getting stuck into that battle.
And I think that's a good point that you talk about, again, with all sports, not to be too generic, you need to have each aspect of the spectrum filled. You know, you need the youth, you need the experience, and also that competitive element to keep everyone on their toes, where turning up to a British Championships isn't a given. You have to give it your all, and that obviously image mentality then translates to the international stage, and we're seeing the success there.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's, as you say, the youngsters are the ones, you know, in such a new sport, everyone's quite new. But we also have in that PT1 category, we've got young Dan Cook, who I believe is a 17-year-old. Again, he's competing well. Chair racing is his main thing, but he's certainly chipping away all the time in terms of triathlon, and I think we can expect to see him being very competitive in there with those guys as well. And we then move on to the women's side, and we've got Jane Egan, who's I believe 4 world titles to her name. Yeah. Actually overhauled by our own Karen Dark at this year's European Championships, but Karen is away cycling this weekend. She's part of UK, the British cycling team. But we then have a new athlete, Lizzie Tench, coming in and doing her first full triathlon, having some other stuff, but a great swimmer and making some good progress. And although I don't expect to see her challenge Jane today, I certainly expect to see her challenging, starting to challenge in the next few years. And that's, that's why we try and bring new people into the sport.
Definitely. And so if you are listening to this locally from the comfort of your computer, please don't put the computer down, head down to the docks, head down to the Echo Arena, because as we've talked about, the next race of the para triathletes is going to be equally as enthralling as what we've seen so far. And we do have still the elite youth juniors, and the juniors, and culminating with the senior men and women. It's going to be a fantastic show. So if you are, it's a in and R in as regards to whether or not you want to come down, please, you will miss out if you don't step down here. We've got more and more to come. We'll just take a quick break, and then we'll come back to you with a few more updates.
Yeah, you will get, there are a few more to come. That's, you've got Ben Jones actually coming next year, second PT3. And then, I don't know after that how many you'll get.
So as we talked about, we've got a mixture of the relay sprint athletes coming through, but particularly we've got another one of our para triathletes, and that's Ben Jones, just crossing the start line with a little bit of a sprint finish as well for Ben. So he's second according to the results rankings in the PT3 category. We did mention earlier that some athletes hadn't been classified, so we can't say with that with complete 100% confidence, but certainly at the moment looks as though it's a silver medal for Ben there at the British Championships. And as we say, we've got a mixture of relay teams and individual athletes who've all been completing the sprint discipline, all contesting the same disciplines as the para triathletes, which is a 750 metre swim, a 20 kilometre bike, and they close with a 5 kilometre run. It's obviously half of what they all do for the Olympic disciplines.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing actually with Ben that's quite interesting is he's another who's come in fairly recently. I think his 18th birthday was last month. He actually he was saying the other day that this coming Monday last year was his first ever swimming lesson, and he couldn't swim at that point. Yet you'll have seen him today coming out of the swim as one of the first guys out the swim. It really goes to show that, just because you've not done something before doesn't mean you can't do it.
Definitely.
And some of the progress he's made, and also another of the guys we'll see coming through, Andy Grant, in the PT4s. Again, Andy in March came along to our Talent ID event, and at that point he could not swim at all. He He muddled his way through, and I think he was more than twice as quick today as he was that day. Just shows if if you put your head, your mind to it, and you've got some natural physical fitness, you can achieve an awful lot.
Definitely, that mentality, no doubt, will stand them in good stead, because that's where, no one said it's going to be easy, it's all going to be hard work, but like I say, if you've got athletes who are coming into it saying, I can't really swim that well, and I can't really bike, or I can't run, whatever their weakness is, but fully embracing it, we've shown that with the support from yourselves, the coaching, and obviously, like I say, the inspiration from all these role models, both able-bodied and para-triathletes, this is a fantastic sport to be involved with. So as I say, if you are listening to this and you are potentially ineligible for para-triathlon, please head to the British Triathlon website, www.britishtriathlon.org. You can find all the information and contact details, and potentially this time next year we may be talking about you in terms of here at Liverpool Triathlon.
Deciding who's going to go first. So after you, no, you go first. No. Come on, let's all get it.
So we got Andrew Grant and Andrew Lewis both coming through there as well.
Yeah, I mean both. Andy Grant, a really local lad. He's come through. He was a lad who I was just saying who couldn't swim back in March, and he's just come through there. He's a lower leg amp and falls into the PT4 category, but actually just behind him with an above knee amputation was Andy Lewis, who falls into the PT2 category and came through there to take the win in the PT2. Again, just that challenge of not actually having, with the above knee amputee, they have to have a prosthetic knee as well as a limb, and that adds a real additional challenge, whether it be in the swim, on the bike, or on the run. So real cracking performance there by Andy. Actually, I think that's probably one of his best overall times, and I know he certainly looked like a happy lad when he crossed the line.
So it's probably testament to the further challenges that, not necessarily, obviously, you maybe learn to live with your disability so far, but then when you add a sporting context, it adds in even further complications and learning those new techniques as well. So even more admiration if it was needed. To be honest, I mean, the guys who are successful are the ones who don't. I think it'd almost be fair to say don't learn to live with a disability. They just crack on and live their life as in the only way they know how. And they're the guys who get involved and try things and get involved and they get out and they do sport, and this is one of those things. And yeah, they have to find slightly different routes into things, and unfortunately, dealing with prosthetics and so forth can be challenging, and it's also not a cheap thing to do. But they don't let those barriers get in their way, and they just come out and find what they can do, because just like everyone else, they want to get out and compete and have fun. And I'm sure a few of them right now are saying, yeah, I'm not sure how much fun it was right there, but certainly within an hour or so they'll be full of the joys, and they'll be ready to crack on and train for the next event. Certainly, and as we mentioned before, all of the athletes that contesting today, once they finish, they'll head inside the Liverpool Echo Arena, where there'll be an array of recovery supplements available in terms of drinks, replacing protein, carbohydrates, and the opportunity to get a good rub down as well, because for many as well, this is the first of potentially a series of races that they may have at the road. Certainly a lot of triathletes do like to race regularly. They do toe the start line quite a bit in and around the country, and particularly in 2 weeks' time we do have the relay events which are going to be taking place at Home Pier Point. But in terms of for the para-triathletes, Alistair, what potentially after this, what's their next maybe port of call, or what are they going to be looking towards?
So next up for these guys, again, it depends on the individuals, but those selected will be going out to the World Championships in Edmonton. That's on the Saturday the 30th of August, so it's only 3 weeks away. The team we're going to be heading out there on the 21st to go for a holding camp and just get used to the time difference and get over any jet lag and put the last few bits of quality training in before easing down, ready for the final race. That's the big one for a few of them, although some of those who are not going there actually are going down. There's an Arctic 1 triathlon down at Eton Dorney and a number of the guys who competed here today who aren't doing the Worlds are going to be going and competing down in Eton Dorney. So it's really it's not stopped now. This is certainly not the end of the season, and certainly some of them will be looking for 1 or 2 races into September, and then probably putting their feet up for a well-earned rest.
Definitely, and I think that's another great message for triathlon as a whole, whether it's para-triathlon or the Olympic distance or sprint distance. They're all quite regular opportunities. A lot of people obviously understand the growth of marathon running in particular, but there's not necessarily so many of those you can do in a year. So if you are looking for a new exciting challenge, whatever your background, whatever your experience, triathlon does in particular offer you regular opportunities to go around the country and see some fantastic scenes. We talked about Eton Dorney, home pier point here in Liverpool today, so it really does get you to see cultured parts of the country throughout the UK, and also, as we talked about, maybe not once you finish the finish line, sorry, not just after you finish the finish line, but a good half an hour after, when you've got time to reflect. It's certainly an achievement that many look on with a complete admiration, the fact that you can negotiate all 3 disciplines, and particularly with our elite athletes. Mainly we talked about just in terms of our para-triathletes using these events as key tuning opportunities to go and represent Great Britain on the world stage, and no doubt we'll be seeing numerous medals, certainly hopefully in the build up to Rio and beyond. Yeah,
certainly that's the aim is to get those medals, and we say the season finishes, but as someone involved in coaching on the programme, you know that once you've got that end of season break, it's the exciting time, because it's an opportunity to come out and start training for next year and see what gains we can make. But also just while we're talking about the different avenues, actually, if anyone is out there and listening and thinks they want to give it a go and they're not really sure about where they are, there's actually the Leonard Cheshire disability charity do a fantastic job with a couple of events, and there's one in London at the end of August and another one then in Glasgow in I think it's around the 20th of September, and those are real events, and it's not just sprint distance, it's super sprint, and if you want to do, you can do super sprint, and basically whatever's going to fit you. So you don't have to come in and do the full 750 swim, 20k bike, 5k run. You can go in and start off on a 200 metre swim, a 5k bike, and a 1 mile run. And there are lots of different avenues. And yes, you can do your standard able-bodied races, but also there are some other events out there. And if you're interested in the Leonard Cheshire ones, just I can't exactly remember the website, but I know if you Google Leonard Cheshire, they'll come up straight away and go and search for their triathlon events. That's another great way of getting involved in the sport, and they've got a lot of experience. They've worked with us for a number of years to make sure their events are as friendly as possible towards para-athletes, and they'll bend over backwards to try and make those events fantastic experience for you.
And so, like I say, please just don't take our word for it. We're obviously sat here, we're fortunate position to be live here in Liverpool watching. Again, if you just want to come down, and I'm no doubt sure that you get a little taste of the atmosphere, you see the range of athletes and abilities that are on display. If that's just maybe the little incentive that you need, that'll then spur you on to go, like Alistair's talked about, to make contact, to start making some serious inroads into exploring your potential in terms of with the para-triathlon, able-bodied triathlon, sprint triathlon, whatever it is that you're looking to do. It's a sport that welcomes all, and it's a fantastic event to be part of, so we'd encourage as many people out there to take up the opportunity.
Oh, how lovely. What team, why no clock? Oh, I like it.
So we're now moving our way through the timetable. Just to update you in terms of those that are underway, we have our next series of youth races. So just to bear in mind, this is a super series event, so it's our best young athletes, which are all aged between 15 and 16 years of age. And similar to the elites and the senior competitors, they complete over a series of British Triathlon Super Series events, which do incorporate duathlons and aquathlons as well. So just to bear in mind, that's obviously biking and running and swimming and running. Obviously the last fixture was Blenheim back in the beginning of June, and then into Liverpool. The final fixture is in Nottingham in 2 weeks' time on the 22nd of August. And the athletes, based on an overall series, they use their best performances from their top three events, one which must include a triathlon. So we did mention earlier that they can include duathlon and aquathlon results, but they must have a triathlon in there. And in terms of the athletes we have here today, certainly we've got the top three in the overall rankings, which include Barclay Izzard, who currently sits at the top of the standings with 1,730 points. In second place on 1,700 points is Tyler Hutchinson. And in third place is Alex Chandler-Main. He was third overall last year in this series, and he's currently lying in third place today. But he did take victory at the aquathlon and the Blenheim triathlon fixture, so he's heavily favoured to do extremely well today and maybe look to upset those standings. But the elite youth males, they went at 12:30, so they have by and large exited the swim, are onto their bike. And the elite youth females, they all set off at 12:35. And again, so a number of intriguing entries that we're going to be seeing on the elite female side. Just to talk you through some of the names, current overall event leader is Kate Waugh. She took victory in all of her three competitive outings, which were the duathlon, the aquathlon, and the first triathlon in Blenheim back at the beginning of June. So she has a dominant standings overall with 2,400 points. Then we have Emma Clapton, who's second overall. She has 2,113 points. Elizabeth Hood, she's third overall. Look out for her. She's got 1,747 points. And maybe took a look for Sophie Alden. She was fourth overall in a series last year, but she was particularly third in the last triathlon in Blenheim, so particularly looking for her to maybe look to challenge for those proceedings. But as we talked about, the elite youth boys are well onto their bike now, and we'll be looking for the females to get out of the water, and we'll look to update you with those results accordingly. And just to bring you up to date with the elite youth female athletes, it was that last athlete that I talked about, Sophie Alden. She was first out of the water with a very impressive swim time of 6 minutes and 7 seconds. She was closely followed just 6 seconds adrift by Emma Winchett. Then it was Elizabeth Hood, Katie Waugh, Olivia Mathias, Ellie White, Anna Hume, Nikki Turner, Emma Clapton, and Maya Hawkins. That makes up your current top 10 in the youth rankings. Just to clarify as well the exact distances that each of these athletes will be contesting, it is a super sprint, so that means we've dropped down slightly in terms of the distance for each discipline. These athletes all complete a 500-metre swim, a 10-kilometre bike, and then they finish with a 2.5-kilometre run. So slightly drop down in the distance for all those athletes there. But as we talked about, it's going to be a highly competitive affair. Certainly in both the ladies event there, we've got all the main protagonists towards the fore, and we'll look to give you a further update as regards to how the men are doing as they're well into their 10-kilometre bike now. So welcome if you are joining us to the Try Liverpool event, which is organised in partnership with Lagardère Events Unlimited and British Triathlon and is supported through the Liverpool City Council. Please bear in mind that Try Liverpool is proud to host the British Triathlon Championships for all the categories, the elite, age group and para-triathlon. So bear in mind it's simply not just a case of completing the triathlons today. There are age groups, medals, British titles and also international qualification places at stake. But these events couldn't happen if it wasn't for the support of our sponsors, and I'll look to go through a number of those for you at the moment. First off, it'd be Garmin, and for those who aren't aware, Garmin are fitness products that are an essential tool for all athletes and coaches, which enable them to monitor their performance and help them to fulfill their potential in running, swimming and cycling. So if you're looking for their array of watches, heart rate monitors, please Google their name quickly and you'll be able to head to their website and be able to see the fantastic array of products that they have in place. Also, we'd like to thank Maxi Nutrition. They're one of the companies who sponsorize in providing supplements to help replenish athletes after they finish competing. When you go in those moments and you've had to been forced to dig deep, it does cause a lot of muscle tear and damage to those fibers. And to help to recover your muscles, Promax from Maxi Nutrition provides a unique blend of the proteins and restores and rebuilds the muscle, which will help all the athletes to stay one step ahead of their competitors who are not taking advantage of such fantastic products. Also, we have Zero D. They're the official performance apparel sponsor for the British Triathlon Federation. They're a multi-award winning suits and they're worn by the British Triathlon Federation elite athletes. Their stand is here, so if you are here or interested in popping down, you can head over to the Zero D stand and be able to see what products they have on offer. Also, we're proud to have Whole Earth. Whole Earth are a peanut butter which is made from all natural ingredients and able to deliver a healthy source of energy, nutrients and protein for all athletes and amateurs alike. And they also have a stand that's here down at the docks outside the Echo Arena. So please go along and feel free to chat to those guys about the products that they have on offer for you. And lastly, it would be lending our support and thanks to the Beacon. Beacon are official bike supplier for British Triathlon, and 3 of their elite athletes, 3 GB triathletes, are using their bikes. They include Gordon Benson, Lewis Racine and Sean Roundsley. They all use the Beacon BF10 and the Campolio Road race bike. Beacon also make the BF55 triathlon bike, which you can see at the stand, which is available in the expo here down at Try Liverpool. So if you want to ask any questions about the Beacon product range, please feel free to head over to their staff. They'll no doubt be happy to answer any queries that you have. And bear in mind that the BF55 bike won the national team trial earlier this year and recently finished second in the national 12-hour time trial. So a more than worthy product for your investment. Feel free to head over to the stand or, as I've mentioned previously, Google any of those sponsors if you'd like to find out if more, if you are sitting at home from the comfort. As we've mentioned, the current racing that's underway is our elite youth athletes. We have both the male and female, and then we have the para-triathletes. That's the PT1 category, so those are largely athletes based in a wheelchair. They'll be undertaking their event at 1 p.m. And then the 2 late races to close will be the elite female sprint competition, which takes place at 3 p.m. and the elite male sprint competition, which takes place at 5 p.m. So please don't go anywhere. Please stay tuned for the live stream or head to the British Triathlon website for live results updates to keep track of all today's proceedings. And just to update you, in the boys, they're coming to the closing stage. The closing stages of their bike phase, and it is those who we did expected. It's Alex Chandler-Main and Barclay Hazard. They're the two out in front, but at the moment it's Chandler-Main that does have a roughly around about a 33 seconds lead. And then it's back to Barclay Hazard, and he's just a few seconds ahead of Hayden Burton. So don't forget, these guys are all looking for overall Super Series points, but it's the British title at stake. And at the moment, it looks as though that may be going to Alex Chandler-Main. Obviously, we've still got a long way to go, 2.5 kilometre run, but it's certainly Chandler-Main who's the dominant force as we proceed.
2.5K run. No more than 10 minutes from now. In fact, probably more likely to be 8 to 8.5 minutes. We are going to have the youth male champions making their way down into the finish piazza here, right in front of the
And just to complete you, also inside that top 10, we have Alex Yee, Jack Kerr, Finn Barnes, Sam Ladlow, Cameron Harris, and Frederick Webb. So they're all in the chasing pack so far. And as we talked about the closing stage of the bike, and it's just 2.5 kilometres that'll separate the athletes and the finishing line. And as we talked about, all important Super Series points and British Championship medals at stake. And as we mentioned earlier, the Rathkins coming thick and fast. So the next athletes who've just currently not long got underway, just a couple of minutes in, is the second of our para-triathlon events, and that's for the athletes in the PT1 category. So obviously they are starting off in the water, but you'll be instantly able to recognise them once they exit, because that's when they go into their wheelchairs or hand bicycles, whichever it is for their discipline, for in terms of particularly obviously the hand cycles for those who aren't able to use their legs. So that's going to be a fantastic spectacle, and obviously they'll get into their racing wheelchairs for the final stage of the run. But we're not too far in terms of the boys, and actually we have got it here just live on your screen now, so keep an action eye on that through there. We do think it's Alex Chantler-Main continues his undefeated 2014 category, but this year he takes the British title, walks across the line, looks mightily impressed with his day's effort, collects the finishing tag, and as we mentioned previously, it was third place overall in the series and at this British Championships last year, but it's gold this year for Alex Chantler-Main, and you can see already it's a huge victory. And we're just waiting in for the second athlete, and it's Alex Yeaters who comes through to take the second place, so silver medal. He was second in the duathlon and the aquathlon, so he continues his silver line into this season.
And he is going to be followed home for the bronze medal by another of the Burton clan. It is the younger of the Burtons, Hayden Burton, to take bronze.
And Hayden Burton it is who takes the bronze. And Barclay Hazard notches up 4th overall, but big points for him. He's the current overall event leader. We perhaps will look to see that change. But Finn Barnes is the next athlete to come through for 5th. And we've got a big battle on here. There's a lot of the Scottish athletes coming through. We've got Sam Laidlow coming through, Jack Kerr, Jamie Ingelow and Cameron Harris. So fantastic racing all the way to the finish line there for these youth athletes. Just 15, 16 years of age, hopefully going to be moving up through the age groups and up, culminating in that full Olympic distance triathlon. Matthew Griffiths now coming through, so he completes the top 10. Well done, Matthew. As we've talked about, for a number of athletes there, looking at their overall points in the standings, it's not necessarily just what they do here at Liverpool. It is a series which does culminate in 2 weeks' time in Nottingham.
With the likes of the Brownleys, even there at longer distance with their quality, there's still not very much between the top athletes, so that's what he's got.
Frederick Webb it is coming through there in 11th.
Might be 30 seconds, but in our sport,
George Cook in 12th. And a big sprint, another sprint on a great grid. Will Crudrington here, Cameron Main. And Gregor Malcolm. Travis Bramley. All these athletes streaming through, particularly obviously, just to remind you what has separated all these athletes in terms of the discipline that they've all been contesting. It was a 500-metre swim, a 10-kilometre bike, and they finish off with a 2.5-kilometre run. So around about, for certainly those elite athletes towards the 4, around about 8 or 9 minutes of running to complete to separate them between that and the finish line. And the girls, they started 5 minutes behind in their terms of their swim start, so it certainly won't be far off before we see the leading female athletes.
So we were expecting the likes of Kate Ward, Sophie Alden, Elizabeth.
See Tyler Hutchinson come through. He was ranked 2nd overall, so maybe a below par performance for him here today in Liverpool, but not to be deterred, because as I've talked about before, it is a culmination of your best 3 performances overall. Sam Pink coming through. And it's Stephen Diggan who completes the top 25 here in Liverpool. As a reminder, the British Championships, but also one of the fixtures in the British in the triathlon, British Triathlon Super Series. The opening fixture was a duathlon, which took place back in March. Then we moved on to an aquathlon, which was at the beginning of June. Then just 2 weeks later, it was the first triathlon in the series. That was in Blenheim. This is the second of the Super Sprint Triathlon for these youth age groups today here in Liverpool. And then they close in 2 weeks' time at the 22nd of August, their home pier point in Nottingham, and that'll be the final opportunity for these athletes to stake a claim in the overall standings. Their final score is based upon the top 3 performances, and one of those must include a triathlon. The winner overall does receive £250 in vouchers. Second receives £200 in vouchers. Third, £150. Fourth, £100. And fifth gets £50 in vouchers. So fantastic support there from British Triathlon in terms of prizes for the overall series fixtures. But as we talked about, it's all the youth boys now coming through, but we're moments away from seeing the leading ladies coming through as well.
We can see the name emblazoned across the chest. Indeed it is Kate Waugh.
Kate Waugh it is, who continues her fantastic 2014. She's been undefeated in all of the events so far this season. She's British Duathlon champion, British Aquathlon champion. She was a winner just a few weeks back in Blenheim, and now she takes the British 2014 Triathlon Youth title. Fantastic performance there for Kate. Closely followed in through, though, we're going to see our silver medalist, Sophie Alden it was, who's going to take the silver medal.
And it's a close battle for the final medal place. Who's going to take it? It's going to go.
Berries, who comes through for the bronze there, so great performance from her. Big surprise there. Must have had a fantastic, certainly, run there in particular. Elizabeth Hood 4th, Ema Witch 5th,
And Izzy Morris 6.
And Izzy Morris it is who comes through for 6. So we already had 6 athletes home in the female youth discipline.
Great war. It's really good for these athletes. They come to a big event like this, they have the
So as we've talked about previously, if you are just joining us, we're coming to the end of the Elite Youth Super Sprint series of events that the athletes are completing, both male and female. They've completed a 500-meter swim, a 10-kilometer bike, and then they're also finishing that off with a 2.5 kilometer run. So that's what you're seeing in front of your screen now. The athletes all coming down the finishing straight, and we're getting a few shots of some of the athletes there inside, getting their recovery. Obviously, it's been an exhausting effort there, and rightfully so, looking to replenish all those stores. Athletes being guided through after they finished into the recovery area, where they get opportunity to take on board vital supplements and also the opportunity for a rub down in terms of a massage for any aches and pains that they may have been experiencing. And also, please bear in mind that we do have our para triathletes, specifically those for the PT1 category. They're out on the swim at the moment, and they can confirm that the first athlete out of the swim was the world champion, Jane Egan, so it's great to see her. Then we've got Neil Malcolm, he was the first male athlete, and then it was Lizzie Tench, who was the second female, and Mark Conway. So we have 4 athletes out of the swim. So just confirmation there of the top 10 in the male and female youth categories for you. The winner in the males competition, taking the 2014 British title, was Alex Chandler-Main. His winning time, 33 minutes and 47. In second position, it was Alex Yee. He clocked a time of 34 minutes and 15 seconds. And it was Hayden Burton who took the bronze medal, 34 minutes and 29. The remainder of the top 10, current overall leader Barclay Izzard, he was 4th place. Finn Barnes was in 5th. Sam Laidlow was in 6th. Jack Kerr was in 7th. Jamie Igundu was in 8th. Cameron Harris 9th. And Matthew Griffiths in 10th. In the ladies' event, it was Kate Waugh who continued her fantastic 2014, unbeaten in the whole of the Super Series. So if it's duathlon, aquathlon, or triathlon, so she's added the 2014 British Triathlon Championship gold medal to her growing list of accolade. It was Sophie Olden who came through for the silver medal, 37 minutes and 29, and it was Caitlin Roper, the surprise bronze medalist, 37 minutes and 45 seconds. Elizabeth Hood, it was in 4th position. Emia Winch in 5th. Izzy Morris in 6th. Emma Clapton in 7th. Nikki Turner in 8th. Olivia Mathias in 9th. And Anna Hume in 10th.
Give them a little try.
So if you have been dipping in and out of today's live stream, or you've missed it completely and anyone may be relaying the message, thankfully Channel 4, their TV cameras are here and they're going to be broadcasting a highlights package of the 2014 Tri-Liverpool event, and that's set for broadcast at 7 a.m. on Sunday the 24th of August. So get up early if you can, or set the timer in order to record that, because as we talked about, there's been fantastic action all throughout today. If it's the standards, the relays, we've currently got the youths, we've still got the junior athletes to come, and we'll culminate with the elite senior male and women athletes. So stay tuned, Channel 4, 7 a.m. Sunday the 24th of August. welcome if you are joining us here for the Try Liverpool event. If you're not aware, Try Liverpool is organised in partnership with Lagardère Events Unlimited and British Triathlon and supported by the Liverpool City Council. Throughout the day we've had a vast array of races, disciplines, age categories. We started off at 7 a.m. That was the first time the athletes made their way into the water dock, and that was for the standard men categories. We went wave after wave, working our way through the age groups. The females started at 8 o'clock, and in the meantime we've had some relay action, we've had the para triathletes, and we've just finished our elite youth athletes. And obviously this event is proud to host the British Championship, the British Triathlon Championship. So for all those age groups we talked about, the elite, though in each age group, and the para triathlon, there have been British titles and medals at stake. So it's been a fantastic day thus far for all those athletes competing, all looking for personal best placings, rankings and overall series, particularly for those junior athletes. We've still got plenty of action left to go though. We've still got the para triathletes, specifically the PT1 category athletes. So those that are most accustomed to using a wheelchair, they're the ones currently out on course. They're well into their bike where they'll be using the hand cycles, and then they'll revert back to their race chair for the final run. And then after that we have, to close the proceedings, will be our elite senior female and male athlete competitors. The females go off at 3 o'clock and the males close proceedings at 5 p.m. and that's set to be a fantastic affair. It's a sprint discipline, so half the Olympic distance, so not as far as potentially you've seen recently at the Commonwealth Games. It's half the distance, so it'll be a 750 metre swim, a 20-kilometre bike, and a 5k run to close proceedings for all of those athletes. But all these action wouldn't be able to bring to you without the fantastic support of our sponsors, which include Garmin. If those of you aren't aware, Garmin produced a whole host of fitness products ranging from watches, heart rate monitors, which are essential tools for both coaches and athletes to help monitor their performance and enable them to reach their potential, whatever the discipline is, running, swimming or cycling. We're also really appreciative of the support from Maxi Nutrition. They are a recovery supplement organisation, so all these athletes today, they've really put the bodies on the line and gone to the mire in terms of the effort levels and the levels of exertion. And in each instance of those, there's quite a lot of damage done to the muscles, and Promax from Maxi Nutrition is a supplement which helps provide a unique blend of protein to restore and rebuild muscle, helping all athletes to recover, whether you're an amateur or an elite. It's a vital part of the process. Also, we have the guys from Zero D. They're the proud official performance apparel for the British Triathlon Federation. So they help deck out some of our leading elite athletes in the latest kit. And their stand is here at the outside the Echo Arena. So if you are local or heading down, please make sure that you check out the Zero D stand. Also, we have the Whole Earth guys as well, Whole Earth peanut butter. They're handing out 3 samples of what is a product made of natural ingredients to help deliver a healthy source of energy, nutrients and protein for all range of athletes, whether you're an elite or an amateur. It can be a vital part of your nutritional products to help keep you in peak performing capacity. And then finally, we'd like to make a special mention to Beacon. Beacon are the official bike supplier to a number of the British Triathlon elite athletes, which include George Benson and Sean Rainsley, who all use the Beacon BF 100 Campanile road race bike. Beacon also supply the BF 55 triathlon bike, and if you want any testament to how good of a bike that is, the bike was the winning bike for the national team trial this year and recently finished second in the national 12-hour time trial. So if you are looking for a new triathlon bike or a road bike in particular, please look no further than the guys at Beacon. They do have a stand here at Try Liverpool, but if you quickly Google, you can head to their website and check out the array of products that they have to do. So as I say, in particular, we are really appreciative of all the supporters that helped Try Liverpool happen. It's been another bigger and better event. Last year was fantastic. We've had even more numbers this year. Not quite been matched by the sweltering conditions, but now all the rain and wind has been disappeared, so it's setting up a mouth-watering climax in terms of the para triathletes and those elite senior races that we still have in store. Stay tuned to the live stream. We will be showing you all finish line action and look to provide you with updates of splits throughout the race. But thanks again to all our sponsors, and we look forward to working with you again in 2015. So we're just welcome you back to the closing stages of the PT1, PT1 Paratriathlon, and it is, as we expected, Paul Hawes, the first athlete to cross the finishing line. We'll just look to update you in terms of his finishing time, but it is Phil Hogg, who is our winner overall, successfully defending his 2013 British title. He returns again in 2014, and Phil Hogg is our PT1 2014 Paratriathlon British champion. Well done, Phil. And I think, just to confirm, that looks like it's Joe Townsend coming across the mat. Or I may have spoken too soon.
It's another performance one. He's in the program, but I don't know his name.
202 is it's Mark Conway.
Apologies there. That was Mark Conway there, who takes a silver medal in the PT1 category. Congratulations there, Mark.
And Mark Conway in silver. Another one inside.
And here it is, Joe Townsend it is, who's going to take the bronze medal.
And that's Joseph Townsend.
So there is your top three.
Joseph, we expected them in the top three, yep.
It was Phil Hogg, Steve Conway and Joseph Townsend, but for some reason Steve Conway is not registering on the official chip timing, so that is subject to confirmation. But as we talked about, we spoke to Alistair earlier, and he certainly did say that Phil Hogg and Joe Townsend, it was going to be an intriguing battle between those two. But Steve Conway's had a fantastic race to sandwich the two there. So fantastic racing yet again for those para-triathletes in the T1, PT1 category. And just to confirm, obviously, the reason it's a little bit quieter than it had been earlier, because due to obviously the athletes requiring their wheelchairs, they did have a separate course through all the races that have gone previously. But still, it's been a fantastic racing affair, and we still have quite a number of athletes yet to finish.
Anyway, my super timekeepers and officials will sort it all out. So, 3 o'clock in about 50 minutes' time will be looking for those elite lady sprinters. And at 5 o'clock, the boys, anything you guys can do, we're going to try and do. We've had some really good races, some very tight finishes in all the waves in different categories so far. And I don't think the last few waves, the elite females and the elite males, will be any different. There'll be just seconds separating a few people on the podium places, I would imagine. We've got a couple of boys all posing out here at the front on their bikes, pulling around as boys normally do, all caught at the front. And they'll look back and they'll think, oh yeah, I remember those halcyon days. One's been trying to take the photos, nobody's keeping still, silly faces. But then again, they can always erase it, can't they? Total fitness bar, high acid. position. And there you go.
So the fourth para-triathlete to cross the line is Neil Malcolm. So congratulations to Neil there. Fourth place in the 2014 para-tri PT1 category.
Crossing the line now, our female winner, para-tri PT1 world champion
Jane Egan, no surprise, takes victory in the female PT1 category, successfully defending her title this year, that she won last year, and obviously to add to that World Championship victory. It's been a fantastic year for Jane so far, and it continues here at Liverpool Tri.
So I think we may have still one athlete out PT1. It could be Lizzie Finch, still out there. I'm not sure if Daniel Dick actually started, but we can find out. So those will be our last two, I think, before we So we are just now 41 minutes away from the start of our elite race here, the final race of the British Triathlon Super Series 2014, incorporating the British Elite Triathlon Championships. Held here over the sprint distance. For our ladies, we'll start at 3 o'clock, our men at 5 p.m. Of course, headline act here today from the USA, race number 101, currently ranked #1 in the world, winner of the last 4 consecutive World Triathlon Series races, Glenn Jorgensen. Can any of our home athletes take on the current giant of World Triathlon and arguably one of the fastest runners we have ever seen within the world of multisports? So we're jumping on just over 50, about 52 if we're all count the legs, divide by 2, which is a nice field, a competitive field no matter where you are in that field. So it will be all action, no room for any mistakes, no hesitation. It's got to be smooth, it's got to be fast. And those mistakes, of course, they get magnified when it's over the sprint distance, only half of the time. These ladies are likely to take probably between 50 and 55 minutes, something of that order. And that also plays into the hands of some of the younger athletes. We've got some very talented juniors and very recently turned senior athletes. They've been brought up through the development system. The younger age groups, they're used to racing over the sprint format. So triathlon being an endurance sport, as they transition up the ranks, it becomes more difficult for them to build the stamina for Olympic distance, but racing here over that sprint distance, the likes of Sophie Coldwell, India Lee, a recent convert to triathlon, and many others. It's a great chance to measure themselves against the absolute best in the world. And who knows, maybe, just maybe, an upset could be called. It would be an upset, but as they say, stranger things have happened. Twice this year, the Brownleys didn't make a podium, and the world nearly stopped spinning on its axis, only for a couple of weeks until normal service was resumed. And since then, World Series winning Hamburg, European champion, double Commonwealth champion, and all of a sudden everything looks rosy in the Brownlee family once again. Just to try and make things as even as Stevens as they can, there's you guys and girls who went out early this morning. We just turned the taps on and get a little bit of rain just to say, look, just because you're elite doesn't mean to say you ain't going to get wet. So it does look as if it's trying to rain at the moment. How heavy it becomes, we will find out soon. So these conditions, as well as providing a little added difficulty, some athletes who are used to this, maybe comfortable in it, will also see it as a potential opportunity. We spoke to a number of the Asian athletes, but we'll just go back briefly to the finish line of
It's Daniel Cook neck across the line there in the PT1 para-triathlon. So as we've talked about previously, these guys are set off at 1 p.m, the para-triathletes. They're specifically just the PT1 category because these are athletes who are wheelchair users, so they do have to have a specific course laid out for them. Unfortunately, towards the close, most have got in whilst the rain has held off, but as we spoke too soon, the rain is beginning to come down now. Obviously, we just have our elite senior races left to start, but there are still a few para-triathletes out there, so potentially, hopefully, still these spectators won't be deterred too much and will lend a helping hand because there's still a few who need shouting across the line because, as we said, mightily impressive effort, a 750-metre swim, a 10-kilometre bike, and closing off with a 5-kilometre run.
still building the strength on the bike, so who knows, let's hope maybe we get a little bit of a breakaway, let's make it exciting on the run, maybe give us something to chase down, but meanwhile we can see the flags waving in the finish straight. We have our next finisher coming in. British Triathlon Champs, Para-Triathlon.
Next female athlete is coming across. She's getting great support. People running along the sides to support Lizzie Tenchome to claim her silver medal in the 2014 British Para-Triathlon Championship. So congratulations to Lizzie. So we have our two lady athletes home. Jane Egan it was who took gold, and Lizzie Tench there, just as you saw across your screen, taking the well-deserved silver medal.
That's the whole field through. We've got 35 minutes. And we'll see what the young ladies can do. So take a bit of shelter, take a little break, come back in about just over half an hour or so. Don't leave it any longer because the race could be finished. So just going back to that race, we talked about the race overall, but there is, let's not forget, two races within one. Elite juniors are also competing for their British Junior Championships. And arguably the top name going into that race is probably Sophie Coldwell. Seems to have been around for a long, long time. But this is her last year as a junior. She finished 4th overall in the race last year. She was 3rd overall at Blenheim, having been 2nd at Blenheim as long as another 2 years ago as a really first year junior. Recent winner on the ETU European Junior Cup circuit. So Sophie Coldwell will definitely be aiming for yet another medal at British level in the juniors. Their last opportunity to be a British junior champion. Next year she will be racing on the senior and under 23 circuit. We've also got from Wales, Fionn Harparrett. Fionn won a bronze medal last year in the World Junior Aquathlon Championships in Hyde Park, held as part of the grand final. The aquathlon format, that's the swim run. Fantastic discipline to get into multi-sport, great way of talent spotting. Very minimal equipment required, relatively easy to organise races, short and fast, highly recommended, the aquathlon format. We also have the Hodgson sisters, Mary and Sarah. They were 1st and 2nd overall this year in the junior aquathlon at Hyde Park. That was part of the ITU World Series this year. And there's many, many more, and we'll mention those as we get nearer to the race. So it's going to be a tight battle of overall and for elite juniors. They're going to be kicking off at 3 o'clock, and it looks like at the moment they're going to be kicking off, starting in the wet in the water, and they could well be continuing as they carry on for the remainder of their race.
So we've just 2 races remaining in the 2014 Tri-Liverpool event, which incorporates the British Triathlon Championships. This event is organised in partnership with Lagarde Events Unlimited and British Triathlon, and supported by the local Liverpool City Council. And we have just the elite athletes in remainder, both junior and senior. The elite women's will kick off at 3 p.m, and then the elite men, they go at 5 p.m. to bring today's action to a close. We've had some great racing all the way throughout the day, some staggering performances throughout the age groups. We've gone down from the very youth right up to the sort of M75 to 79. We saw an athlete completing the triathlon and taking the British title there, so it's been fantastic so far. The para-triathletes have had their moments in the spotlight, but it's just the elite athletes that we have left. But as you're probably all aware, these events don't go on single-handedly. They can't be done without the fantastic support of our huge array of sponsors, which include Garmin. And for those who aren't aware, Garmin produce fitness products that are an essential tool for all athletes and coaches, including watches, GPS watches in particular, heart rate monitors, real good accessories for the modern athlete, and it helps them really fulfill their potential, whether it's in the running, swimming or cycling. And also we're proud to have Maxi Nutrition on board. All athletes today, particularly, their bodies have taken a bit of a battering, and recovery is ever so key to help repair all those damaged muscle fibres. Promax from Maxi Nutrition provides a unique blend of protein that restores and rebuilds muscle, and it can help all athletes stay one step ahead of the game in terms of enhancing their recovery and improving the likelihood of an even better performance next time around. Also, we have Zero D. Their guys are the proud official apparel sponsor for the British Triathlon Federation. They're a multi-award-winning organisation, and their suits are worn by an array of British Triathlon Federation elite athletes. They do have a stand here at Tri-Liverpool this weekend, but if you're unable to get over here, of course, just type their name quickly into Google and you'll be able to see the fantastic products that they have at their disposal. Also, we have Whole Earth Peanut Butter. This is a peanut butter that's produced from natural ingredients to help deliver a healthy source of energy, nutrients and protein. All very vital nutritional characteristics for elite and amateur athletes alike. And they are handing out free samples here at Tri-Liverpool. And also, again, if you head to quick Google into the internet, you'll be able to find their website and be able to order your own products at your disposal. And then last but by no means least, big shout out to Beacon, who are the official supplier of bikes for British Triathlon. These triathletes who do use their bikes include Gordon Benson, who we'll see later on in the elite men's race, Lewis Rossendale, and Sean Rainsley even, and they all use the BF 100 Campione road race bike. Beacon also make the BF 55 triathlon bike, which you can see at the Beacon stand here at the Expo. Again, if you want to have a look through the internet, you can easily type those keywords of BF55. Just to give you a testament of the quality of their bikes, the BF55 bike won the National Team Time Trial this year and recently finished second in the National 12-hour time trial as well. So a very good biking product for any aspiring or current triathletes out there looking to upgrade their current equipment. Look no further than Beacon.
to do the swim intro for the elite female, as he hasn't been out in this weather for a while. And I've got the indoor job. So as I said, we've got about 52 at the last count. 52 and a mixture between senior and junior. And the Sunshine Boys in front are trying to de-rig before it's de-rigged for them. I don't know, might have got a few fails today, an hour or so ago when the sun was out. But it's all considered that. We've got about 10 minutes to the start of the elite female national championship. So the rain might have eased a little bit, but I think the wind picked up more this morning. And that will be the very first time we've had anything that was forecast. And we've just got these 2 ways to go, and then we're completed for 2014. Let's try Liverpool. There's 2 sprints to go. If you blink, you might miss them. in 5 minutes before the elite female start, juniors and seniors. And a field of about 50-52. The rain slows up a little bit, but I think the wind's getting a bit stronger. I'm not too sure, but I will know in 5 to 10 minutes when I go outside. Brave the elements yet again.
But I mean, yeah, because I know these guys who are racing myself all the time, and I know
how you're playing.
Oh yeah, I know that. Yeah, I think George is doing the guys. So what is it? Yeah, I mean, there's quite a good battle on TV. You see, there's like a real close battle between second and fifth overall.
So it's kind of like in those in-between times.
Yeah.
So much on it. It'd be interesting to see talk about those sorts of things. Kind of go for each person. I don't know.
Well, I think the plan is evolution and expect to be a sort of catch up.
Yeah.
By the time we probably finish talking, before off the swim, so we can get the results there on the swim. And then we can try and get as much as possible.
Yeah.
This is just what came. These were the notes. Is she down?
I didn't see her now. Pound's definitely not racing. She's in. Yeah, she's not racing the other day. I'm not sure. Like those have been raced. Yeah, those have been raced the other day. But, the ones to watch on is obviously George. That's the main one, and then we got. So Emma Pound's already won the Super Six, so she's got 50 points. But then you've got these two, India Lee and Jenny, so it's like next 5 kind of all really close, so it's a good closing battle.
And then we've also got a video as well.
Yeah, so she went to hit, so she's a real class runner. There'll be Hannah Druitt will be up the front of the swing. From the strongest. Have you got the start list?
I've only got it off the website.
Yeah.
That's where we got all of this. So
I don't think Emma Pound has got it.
this is all what Tom Goldstick sent through.
Okay.
But like I say, it doesn't matter. We can obviously mention. I'm sure it's been here or the fact that
I'm pretty sure. Making me doubt it now, but I'm
Pretty
pretty sure.
sure it's going to
how long do these girls receive?
9 minutes.
get these young ladies.
First is
Right,
like
so
the hour and 8:30.
started by now. At least 30 seconds into it, possibly. And I'll just go down to the swim exit and we'll count them back in again.
Like by here. Yeah, and Emma Pallant's in Hungary. She's racing Tisavaros World Cup. Amazing what you find out on Twitter.
So is the beauty. Quick search, you need to Google, just go to it.
Yeah.
So welcome to those who are joining us for these final two races of the 2014 Liverpool Triathlon, which incorporates the British Triathlon Championships, and we just have the elite categories athletes remaining, and it's the females who are kick-starting things. They've just got underway in their swim, which was due to start at 3 p.m, so around about 1 minute into that. Joining me alongside, I'm delighted to be joined by Luke Watson, established triathlete in his own right, but also has been competing earlier today as a guide in one of the para triathlon events. But we'll look to talk a bit more about Luke specifically as we go on through the women's race. But first, at the moment, we're going to use his expertise to draw a bit of an insight in terms of those potentially to look out for in this elite women's race. So first off, welcome. Thanks for joining us, Luke. How are the legs after early exertions?
Thanks. Yeah, not bad. Bit sore. It was a tough race, but yeah, I'm looking forward to some good racing this afternoon.
Definitely, and there's a lot. You, like many, have stuck around for the elite fields because obviously it's the culmination of what's been a fantastic day of action today. It's the women up first. Then, Luke, who are the people we should be looking out for?
Well, obviously the standout athlete of the field is Gwen Jorgensen. So from the USA, she's currently the world '1, leading the World Triathlon Series. She's won multiple races this year. She's an unbelievable runner, so it'd be an incredible achievement for any of the British girls today to beat her.
Definitely. We talked. Some people have said quite a lot about Gwen. Obviously, spoke very highly of it, and particularly in the run, you've probably seen it yourself. She really does make up. There were times it seems impossible deficits, and she just really, especially maybe subdued a little bit today over 5 kilometres. Obviously, it's reduced, but even so, you will expect her to be flying around. Yeah,
absolutely. She tends to make up a lot more in the second 5k of a 10k run, but I imagine over most of the girls in this field, she could probably give them a minute and a head start into T2 and still run it down. But I'm sure there's going to be plenty of the girls, the British girls out there, are going to want to give her run for her money. And you know, she's not always the best on the bike technically. She's had a couple of crashes earlier in the season, and with the conditions and the technical nature of this course, there's a chance for some of the stronger cyclists. So I'm looking at the likes of Sophie Caldwell, junior. She's a very strong cyclist and she's very good technically. Like, maybe put her under a bit of pressure.
Okay, brilliant. Well, that's what we talked about Pativis, obviously, particularly maybe because of potentially the field, she's going to be a little more used to being towards obviously a very good swimmer, but taking the bike, she's maybe used to being a bit further down. Potentially we're going to see a lot more involved towards the front of the bike. And then, as you said, the conditions maybe are going to give some of the British interest. So you've mentioned already, we might as well start with her then, Sophie Caldwell, who is still a junior, and obviously there is a junior title being won today, but you're certainly expecting her to figure highly in the senior race overall.
Oh, absolutely. She was, I think, third at Blenheim earlier in the season. She had a great race in the European Championships in Kitzbühel. She got a top 6 and was part of a medal-winning relay team. And she's recently won the Junior European Cup in Geneva. So she's obviously in great form.
So she's got the accolades, as with many. It's a great conveyor belt that we have here with British Triathlon. Those who successfully mix it as juniors, it's a great breeding ground in terms of transition to the seniors. But focusing back onto those seniors, so who are the perhaps more established senior names than the British teams that we should be looking out for?
Okay, well, the current Super Series leader, Emma Pallant, isn't actually here. I think she's racing the Tisavaros World Cup today. So she's got the Super Series title sewn up, I think. She got 300 points. She won the 3 races so far. But there's going to be a fantastic battle for the next positions for the overall podium in the Super Series. We got 5 girls separated by something like 25 points. So you got Katie Singh from Loughborough. She's currently sitting in second position. She's had several top fives this season. She was 5th last week in London. Lucy Smith, she was 6th last week in London. She's Loughborough as well. She's only 5 points behind Katie, so that equates to 1 position in the Super Series. So that'll be a great battle. India Lee, she was 2nd to Emma Pallant. I think she's 3rd behind Emma Pallant and Kate Roberts in London. She's only a handful of points behind, and then Jenny Manners, another Loughborough athlete. She's only about maybe 20 points behind Katie, which is about 3 or 4 positions.
Certainly, and like I suppose the really important of these Super Series events, obviously for all athletes, the ultimate aim is the ITU, the World Series. But events like this, up and down the country, different courses, different environments, and a steam field, bringing the likes of Gwen Jorgensen really helps with all their development.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the stepping stone for the junior athletes and the under 23 athletes to make the move onto the world stage. I mean, several of them will have already been raced in European Cups, World Cups this season, but these races with the generally tight circuit races. It's a fantastic place to practice the skills, and importantly for a lot of those athletes, it's to learn to race. So learn to be at the front of the field, to be controlling bike packs, and you learn to win by winning. So
definitely. So all great breeding, and hopefully for bigger, better things. 2 years out from Olympics, but as we talked about some of these names, it's going to be 2018, 2020, 2024 that we'll potentially be talking about. And in particular now, obviously there is a junior women's age group. We've already mentioned Sophie Caldwell. She's currently tied at the top of the overall series ranking, so we could see Sarah Hodgson figure quite highly today.
Yeah, Sarah's in pretty good form as well. She races on my French Grand Prix team for Lyon in France, so she's had some good experience out there this season. She raced in Europeans in Kitzbühel earlier in the year. Very, very strong swimmer, very good runner. Her weakest discipline is the bike, so hopefully she can cope well with the cobbles and the tight turns on the circuit. So it'll be really interesting. But if she gets to the running contention with Sophie, I'm sure that's going to be a great battle.
Definitely. And you've also mentioned Brown Owen as well. We were speaking off air earlier. You said she's an exceptionally strong runner in particular as well.
She's an unbelievable runner. I'd say she's one of the fastest out of the entire field, junior or senior. The girls. The British girls certainly wouldn't want to be starting the run with her, because she'll put quite a few of them under a lot of pressure. But this season, I think she's been coming out a little bit down on the swim. But we'll see if she's been working hard through the summer. If she can make one of the first couple of bike packs, she'll definitely be a danger.
Okay, brilliant. Well, thank you very much for that input so far, Luke. What we're going to look to do now is we'll leave you for a short time, but once we get an update about the swim, we'll come back and get some thoughts on Luke as regards to how the race is panning out. So as you can see from the graphics that are displayed on the screen, this is the current live updates in terms of exiting out of the swim. So it was Jessica Learmonth who took the opening, who was the first out of the water in 9 minutes and 23. It was the junior Sophie Caldwell, which of course Luke Watson had mentioned in the build-up, said how much of a really good swimmer that she potentially was. She's second. Then it's Hermione Waterman, Natalie Milne, then the old lady that we've all come to see, Gwen Jorgensen, the world #1, the American. She's out in fifth and Hannah Havertz, she's out in sixth. Eliza Coating is down in seventh. Hannah Druitt is in eighth. Kimberly Bell in ninth. Heather Sellers in 10th. That completes your current top 10. But as you can see from the times that are being displayed and filtering through on the graphics there, it's awfully tight, especially that's what we anticipate in these sprinting disciplines. It certainly makes the fields a little bit more congested, makes tactics even more crucial. And now you can see the athletes will be heading into transition, where they're obviously looking to assemble and get onto their bikes as they'll head out onto their biking for 4 laps of the 20-kilometre bike discipline that they'll be competing. And delighted to be just he's literally sprinted back from down by the checkpoint there. So Luke, what was your reaction there? The results are ticking through, so we just currently can't see on screen those initial top 10 that we talked about, where it was Jessica Learmonth who was out of the water first, but as we mentioned, Sophie Caldwell, she was up there, and Gwen Jorgensen certainly not far adrift at all.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a really good swim from Jorgensen. She's actually wearing a base layer. She obviously doesn't much like the British conditions, so she got a base layer on under her tri-suit, because it's something she struggled with in the past, is getting a bit too cold. She's right up there. I think she just got into third with a very good transition. I'd imagine she's going to be right on with Sophie and Jess Learmonth. And then there was a small gap, maybe 10 or 15 seconds, and there was a very big group came out after that. You're looking upwards of 15 athletes, I think, in that next pack. Some of the names we talked about in there, so Hannah Druitt, I think she's one of the strongest swimmers. Katie Singh, Jenny Manners, Fiona Havertz.
India Lee's not far off it as well, and also some of those juniors we talked about. Sophie Caldwell leading the way, but Sarah Hodgson 24th out of the swimming. That's a good swim from her as well.
Yeah, she was just a little bit down going out of the transition. There looks to be a split after number 18. There's a 5 or 6 second gap, so it'll be interesting to see how that second pack with the likes of Sarah Hodgson, India Lee and Lucy Smith, see how they close that gap or otherwise over the 20-kilometre bike.
And absolutely, as with all these things, it's always really important to bear in mind it is 3 disciplines, and the site of Bronwyn Owen down in 45th, but we did talk about exceptional junior, very talented runner. There's still plenty. Obviously it's a little bit more crucial in the sprint disciplines, but a lot of athletes, it's what you've talked about, obviously developing racing and that mindset of, yes, I'm here after the swim maybe, but now going through the various gears on the bike, literally, and then obviously into the run, working to their respective strengths.
Yeah, absolutely. Bronwyn looks like she's come out there's a little group there. If she can have a good transition, she'll get a few people to work with, and see her, it's probably going to be a case of damage limitation on the bike, because she'll be up against that really powerful front pack. I'll be really interested to see like a 15, 16, I think there was it, after the small group up front. So be interesting to see if that stays together. That's quite a big group for a technical, tight technical bike course like the one we've got today.
I was going to say, so let's talk about now, as we head into the race, we've talked about the weather. Thankfully the rain does seem to disappear, but literally for the 15-20 minute build up into the race, it was quite a heavy downfall. So I do expect that it's obviously, as it's been for most of the athletes today, it's going to be quite tricky. You've talked about the technical aspects, all the multiple turns. What are the various approaches we're potentially going to see out there? Because we've already talked about the groups that are starting to form.
Yeah, you're gonna, if you're a stronger cyclist, or if you want to be in contention for the overall prizes at the end of the day, you've got to stay up towards the front of that bike group. If it is a big bike group, so anywhere 10 to 15 is a big group on this course. You want to be up in the first 4 or 5 all the time, because that way you don't get caught out if there's a split, if someone attacks, if there's a crash, then you want to be up the front, avoiding all of those issues. I'd like to see some of those British girls, Jess Learmonth, strong cyclist, Sophie Caldwell, very strong cyclist, see them put Jorgensen under a bit of pressure, and we'll see what happens.
Well, that's what you did talk about, because we talked about Jorgensen, she's world #1, but as with all sports, reputation's one thing, turning up on the day and delivering, and as especially it's great to see some of these junior athletes, but they really have to take the opportunity, and like I say, names can't beat them. They've got to go out and do the best, give the best execution of their race as possible.
No, absolutely. Can you imagine the unbelievable belief it'll give these girls to be racing with the world number one, just to be mixing it with her. Hopefully they don't get overawed by the name, like you said. Like she's not unbeatable, and if they can keep the pressure on the bike, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
Definitely. So it's certainly going to be very intriguing to see how it pans out. I know Luke himself is probably going to want to go and wander back over to see a little bit of a checkpoint as regards to how they're getting on with the bikes. So for the time being, obviously we've got the swimming graphics up on the screen, and as we look to go through some of the cycling routes, we will be able to get lap counters, and we'll bring those visuals, and also we'll draw back Luke and to give some of his roadside insight just to see how things are faring out there. So for the time being, thank you, Luke, and go and enjoy the spectacle.
Okay.
So as we say, it's very early stages in the bike, but we just had a bit of the results come on, and Luke's obviously greatly pointed out good insight here in terms of the difficulty in terms of the groups that are currently forming and how it's going to give an impact on those overall standings. And you talked about being in that initial group is going to be a huge advantage, and maybe pulling away and making it harder work for some of those. So just talk us through, Luke, what your analysis was potentially heading into this bike run.
So we're looking at a group of 4 away, we think. That would be Jess Learmont, Sophie Cold, or Hannah Druitt got up into that group, and Gwen Jorgensen. Then the next group behind, there's maybe 10 or 11. Now the interest here is you've got Katie Singh and Jenny Manners, who are currently sitting 2nd and 5th in the Super Series, and they are into that first chase pack. And there's a fairly significant gap of around 15 seconds to the second chase pack, which is India Lee and Lucy Smith, and Sarah Hodgson is also into that group. Now, the significance of that is that, as we said before, the 2nd to 5th in the Super Series are separated by 23 points, which is only a real handful of positions. So if, depending on how the rest of that bike leg pans out, if that gap were to go up, then it would look really good for Katie and for Jenny for securing those other 2 podium positions behind Emma Pallant.
Certainly. And perhaps for those who are listening, Luke, who maybe perhaps not totally au fait in terms of bike tactics and strategy, because obviously drafting is allowed now, and it's the first time in the day that we've actually seen this in terms of for the elite races. So when you've said the difficulty, why is it so difficult once a group's away to be able to claw back such a deficit?
Well, a well-organised group, I mean, that's often a big if in these domestic races. That relies on a lot of people committing and doing their turns. Basically, you can share the work, so you're sharing the wind, as it were. So each person takes their turn riding into the wind, and the others can take shelter behind them, recover a little bit, and then come through and pull their turn. So a well-organised group should always ride quicker than a solo athlete or 1 or 2 athletes. So if that group of maybe we're looking at maybe 10 in that first chase pack, they should be able to outride the next pack, which is only 3 athletes. But as I said, that's not always how it works. I mean, only last week in London, the front pack in the girls' race, the front pack had around 90 seconds over Emma Pallant and India Lee, 2 of the strongest runners in the field, and they managed to catch up on the bike. And I mean, that they obviously had to put in a phenomenal effort, but it meant that they ran 1st and 3rd and made the podium.
Certainly, and I suppose how common is communication between athletes? Obviously, they would have seen distance, but does it take someone strong within a certain group to say, look, this is what we need to do? And obviously, everyone has to buy into that, but there always has to be some instigator or 1 or 2 to say, this is what we need to do for everyone to follow. Oh,
absolutely. I mean, it's got to be down to those athletes that it really counts for. I mean, you're looking at maybe some of the junior athletes who have got in a pack ahead of their rivals. As we talked about, the 2 girls who are looking for those podium positions on the Super Series, it takes those guys who it really counts to leave their rivals behind. I'm looking at maybe Kate Curran is in that first chase pack and Sarah Hodgson isn't. That could count in the end for World Championship, Junior Championship selection. So you're looking at those people to really almost drill the others into shape. And I mean, at the end of the day, even if people aren't pulling your turns, it's not an excuse for you not to pull your turns. You have, if you've got something riding on it, you absolutely have to go through and just make it happen, and hopefully lead by example, as it were.
Definitely. Well, it's going to be fascinating to find out. So we will take another momentary break, and as the athletes come back round for their next split, we'll be able to give you a bit more of an update in terms of how things are panning out.
We have a leading duo.
So as you can see from the updated graphics that are appearing on our screen, we do have two cyclists away and running literally, Sophie Caldwell and Jessica Learmonth, and it's roughly potentially around about 35, just under 40-second gap there. So very interesting so far, Luke.
Yeah, that's excellent, really excellent riding from those girls to take out a big gap of 35 seconds over a couple of laps. I mean, you know, it'll get interesting if Sophie can come off the bike with a minute over Gwen. That would be a good chase.
So just to confirm then, obviously we've got Caldwell and Learmonth who are the lead two away. Then we've got a next pack of three, which includes Jorgensen, Manners and Thomas.
I believe that group is actually 4.
Okay.
Hannah Druitt is in that group, but we think she's lost a chip because she's not registering on the screen. So we've got a gap of 35 seconds from the 2 to the 4, which is Gwen Jorgensen, Jenny Manners, Zoe Thomas and Hannah Druitt, and then another gap of 30 seconds to the next group, which is India Lee, Katie Singh, Heather Sellers, Kate Curran, Megan McDonald, another junior, and Fionn Harrott, which is another junior again. So I mean, that big gap, that big group that we talked about out of the swim is obviously splintered into several smaller groups, and there's some seriously strong runners that are losing time.
Well, that's
to
what
those leaders.
particularly, it's very key that you picked up on that earlier, Luke, when you mentioned London the previous week, where we'd seen a lead group who unfortunately didn't do anything, and the runners were able to get back on and not easily win on the run, but you know, it played into their hands, and we've seen quite clearly here Sophie Caldwell and Jessica Learmonth, both very strong swimmers, both equally adept on the bike, maybe not necessarily fearing, but knowing that the likes of Jorgensen and India Lee are certainly going to make good inroads into that running, and they're striking while the iron's hot and really putting the moves on.
Yeah, absolutely, and it doesn't look like that that second group of 4 is hanging around either. I mean, if you look at the gap between the leaders and the second chase pack is over a minute now, and those so that first chase pack has taken 30 seconds out of the second chase pack. So your group of 4 is now 30 seconds up on the likes of India Lee, Katie Singh, Heather Sellers, really strong runners. That's going to be playing right into the hands of the likes of Zoe Thomas and Jenny Manners.
And then, as we talked about, obviously India Lee, who's leading that next chase back, but even that group's broken down even smaller now. You know, so it's getting, as we talked about, into those mini groups, which potentially can be an advantage that a smaller group to coordinate and work with. But as you say, as the group deteriorates, the mass effect of drafting
Absolutely.
and so forth makes it a lot more harder.
Yeah, I mean, we were looking at a group of 4 being chased by a group of 10, and now you're looking at, you know, groups of 2, 4, then another 5, 6, and then another 4. It's, you know, the firepower is almost evening itself out amongst the groups, and if anything, if those girls keep working, then I can only see the gaps getting bigger by the end of the bike.
Certainly. And how much, you know, as with all these things, pacing has to be key. We talked about Caldwell and Learmonth. Very experienced athlete, but they do have to judge it right. They've got to put enough distance between them, but also know that they need to go into that run still feeling very strong, even though it's a sprint event and it's a lot shorter, that, you know, half the distance they're more accomplished to. It's far from over yet, even as we've talked about with Jorgensen and the amount of deficits she can make up. But for all these athletes, not going too hard on the bike, striking that thin line between, you know, heading into the run is very crucial.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's a very fine line, but it's absolutely, it's wonderfully refreshing to see those 2 girls and the next group of 4 really giving it a go, rather than just almost just rolling round in a big pack and waiting for the run, because it makes the racing that much better for it. And I think, you know, those 2 girls on the front, they're giving it a right go, and you know, I'd love to see them come in with a minute lead and see what the chase is like.
Definitely, and we mentioned some of the juniors as well. So Sarah Hodgson, he says, who's currently in 16th place at the moment. We haven't won the athlete who was 3rd overall, Brown Owens. We haven't yet seen her come through, but we will leave this graphic on the screen for you, so you will be able to see all the athletes as they trickle through that next lap of the cycling, and we'll look to bring you back for that final stage of the cycling as they head into the transition to the run, and then we'll give you an update further on there, and we'll bring in Luke Ken, who's been providing invaluable insight thus far.
A leading duo of Jessica Learmonth
So we have one of the most committed pundits around here, Luke Watson, in between little stints of sprinting out onto the course to provide us with in-depth insight into how the race is panning out. And from a British perspective, Luke, it seems to be very good news so far.
Well, it's fantastic. I mean, so give you an update on the state of the race. 1 lap to go on the bike. They've been through the timing on the 3rd lap. Still Sophie Caldwell and Jess Learmonth leading. They have a gap now of around 50 seconds, so they picked up another 15 on that lap, and you have to imagine if it carries on going up at that rate, then the gap is going to be over a minute when they start the run. It's so it's 50 seconds to Jenny Manners, Gwen Jorgensen, Zoe Thomas, and Hannah Druitt, and then there's another fairly significant gap. It's between 30 and 45 seconds to the next chase pack, which is around 6 athletes, including Katie Singh and India Lee. But that group seems to be splintering up. They're dropping a few people each lap, and they're down to maybe about 5 in that group.
Because we talked about, obviously, again, we don't want to hammer on about it, but in terms of Jorgensen and how much of a threat that she is on the road, the gap's currently just shy of a minute. Obviously, we're seeing the graphics falling through now. We can just roughly see 57 seconds that they've got now. Still another lap remaining. In your eyes, and obviously, to really make Jorgensen have to work, because that's the thing, in terms of she's got to really have to go for it. Do they have to add more? Is a minute enough?
I think 1 minute Jorgensen wins. 95 times out of 100. If they can take another 25 seconds on this lap and you take out the gap out to a minute 15, a minute 20, then that will be a really, really close chase. I think Sophie is the strongest runner out of those front 2. I'd expect her to beat Jess Learmonth, but I'm happy to be proved wrong. But I imagine it's the way it's setting up. It could be a straight fight between Sophie Caldwell and Gwen Jorgensen chasing her down. I mean, what a fantastic opportunity for one of our best juniors going up against the world #1 with a genuine chance of beating her.
Definitely. It can only happen here in Liverpool for the Try Liverpool event. It's been a fantastic day of action so far, and it's just mouth-watering now as we're watching these elites, the very best, many of the best. We've got Jorgensen, the very best in the world at the moment in terms of world rankings, taking on a great array of British talent here with a range of names. And we talked about Sophie Caldwell and Jessica Learmonth in particular having an extremely exciting and very encouraging race. And as we talked about, all building blocks in terms of next year major championships. A lot of these athletes will have eyes on Rio, but as we say, even beyond that, as we're looking further and further down the field now, though. So we mentioned before, so it's Caldwell and Learmonth, they're the group of 2. It's actually a group of 4 that's in the chasing pack. Oh, and we've now lost all the graphics that are on the screen there. But as we talked about yet again, look, it was a case of all those other groups behind. We're even having some athletes cycling on their own at some point now. It's getting to that
absolutely.
stage.
I mean, I think the technical nature of the course, I've just been outside, the wind is getting up massively now. It's really windy out there. The forecast did say it would. And again, that adds an extra level of difficulty to the drafting. And if you get isolated on your own in these conditions, you're going to be really suffering. And I think that first chase pack, so your group of 4, Hannah Druitt, Jenny Manners, Zoe Thomas, Gwen Jorgensen, they've now gone up to over 45 seconds to the next pack with Heather Sellers, India Lee, and Katie Singh. And then we've also got the next 3 juniors in that group. So obviously Sophie Caldwell's up in the front group. So I can't see her losing that. She's now 2 minutes up on nearly 2 minutes up on the next junior. But that's a real battle for the podium in the junior race between Kate Curran, Megan McDonald, and Fionn Harrott.
It's very going to be extremely intriguing so far, as we talked about. Obviously, particularly picking up on Caldwell. I'm not sure has it ever been achieved an athlete to take the junior and senior title on the same day.
Not that you put me on the spot
just
now.
Just rack the brains there.
Not that I can recall. I mean, I'm thinking of Johnny Brownlee, Alistair Brownlee. I can't recall them doing it.
Well, I will leave it to the statisticians out there, but that's again the sign of the achievement that potentially is in store. Of course, still, as the old cliche says, there's a lot of left in this race. They do still have this final lap of the bike. Then the fourth discipline of the transition. A lot can happen in there in terms of going through to the next stage. But as we say, we'll look to update you potentially after that fourth and final lap of the bike, and as they head into that transition, we'll be able to get a good understanding of how this race is potentially going to play out in the run.
Zoe Thomas, Hannah Druitt, and the world number 1, Gwen Jorgensen.
So you can see from the graphics on our screen a good number of athletes. We've had 12 athletes now make it, or are currently in or in the transition onto the run now. So, Luke, how's it looking out there?
Well, what an absolutely fantastic race we have in store. So, as you can see from the screen, the gap is 1 minute 10 between Sophie Caldwell and Gwen Jorgensen. I'm gonna go out on a limb. I think Jorgensen is still going to take that, but it just depends how hard she's had to work on the bike, how she copes with the British conditions. She's probably not used to it, but it's going to be a fantastic chase. It's exactly what we want to see. I mean, the smart money is that Sophie's going to comfortably take the British senior title. We talked a lot about the battle between Sophie and Gwen, but obviously this is the British Elite Championships, and Sophie's got a big advantage over that next group, which is Jenny Manners, Hannah Druitt and Zoe Thomas, and then you've got Jess Learmonth, who's in between the two. as they went out onto the run.
Certainly, because I think the key thing that we talked about, and again to hark back to world number one Gwen Jorgensen, is that it's not necessarily, obviously the time is very influential, but it's just obviously the mentality and how much she's going to have to go for it, because as we've talked about, look, it's windy out there as well potentially, and we know drafting's obviously completely ruled out now into running, so it is a case of just trying to eat up that 5 kilometres as key as possible. And Caldwell, she's potentially going to be running a little scared. She knows that at some point she's probably going to undercome pressure, but again, this is what all athletes have to deal with, and it's going to be a good test of her character to see, whatever the result is, how she acquits herself over this run.
Absolutely. I mean, if I know Sophie, she won't be in the slightest bit scared. This will be as good as she could have possibly hoped for when she was imagining the how the race could pan out last night. She would absolutely love being in this position. She's taken the race, her and Jess Liam once, but let's not forget
of course,
Jess.
sorry, yeah.
Absolutely, the pair of them have took the race to the world number one, and 1 minute 10 seconds. That, I mean, Gwen is used to chasing down gaps, but we'll see how it comes on the run.
We just had an update then, so it was roughly around about 70 seconds going for the transition. We understand it's just inside a minute now, so in that initial burst into the run there, Jorgensen's taken 12 seconds, so she is beginning to close, and as we talked about, maybe Caldwell will be able to sense, but you've probably seen for yourself, Luke, as well, there's great support out there for all athletes, but in particular the British athletes are really going to feed off this atmosphere now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, despite the conditions, it's really picked up out there. There's loads of fans out on the run course, and we're really set for a great battle, likely between Sophie Caldwell and Gwen Jorgensen. And then also a fantastic battle for the the podium positions in the British Super Series, podium positions in the British Championships on the day. This is a really panning out to be a really good race.
I was going to say, so just obviously to confirm, it is the British Championship, so the first 3 senior and junior athletes will pick up the bronze, silver and gold medals respectively. But we've talked about the overall standings in this ladies overall Super Series. Emma Pallant not here, racing abroad. She's the undoubted number 1, but we've mentioned the likes of Katie Singe, India Lee, all these athletes still in contention, and we go down into the juniors, obviously the Sarah Hodgsons, Sophie Caldwell is obviously currently running away with the juniors, so there's no going to be any stopping, and that one's going to be out there, but still a lot to play for. Any key names you think there, Luke, in terms of we'll perhaps see to start to make a bit of a difference in this running phase?
Well, I'm actually looking at the big loser almost on this bike leg has been Lucy Smith. She's sitting third in the Super Series overall, but she's lost significant time, over 2 minutes, 3 minutes behind Sophie Caldwell, the leader, and 2 minutes behind that chase pack, and her overall position in the Super Series is in real danger right now. Looking further down, there's some real strong runners. Georgie Sweening, I believe she's won World Duathlon, Junior Duathlon titles in the past. Charlotte Taylor, another fantastic runner. Bronwyn Owen, just seen her go through. She's probably too far down to challenge any of the juniors at the moment. She's about 5 minutes down on that battle that we talked about before with Megan McDonald, Fionn Harrett and Kate Curran. So I'll be interested to see her run split, but I don't see her coming back into that race.
Yeah, but potentially to bear in mind for all athletes, who, if potentially even if Liverpool is an off day, it is your best 3 performances throughout the series, so it's not necessarily that Liverpool is the be-all and end-all, but obviously for this one it has the particularly added value of the British Championships, and certainly the likes of Rowan Owen we would have expected maybe to be challenging for a medal, but it hasn't panned out this way so far. A lot can happen in the run, but as we talked about, 2/3 of the way through now, all the transitions are complete. The vast majority of the field are in their trainers, they're out on the run, and as we talked about, we've got the intrigue out front. Is Caldwell going to be caught by Jorgensen? How is Jess Lehman going to handle this? She's having a fantastic race, and as this looks to pan out, we'll look to bring you some more splits and updates, but hopefully what we're talking about here, Luke, in terms of turnaround time for these elite ladies, what sort of, are we talking 17-18 minute
I
range
think
potentially?
Jorgensen is certainly going to run in the 16 minutes. I think she'll be very close to 16 flat, which means that Sophie's going to have to run very close to 17 minutes, which, you know, that's not impossible, not at all. She's come on some really good run form. Obviously, she won that Junior European Cup. If she can run close to 17 minutes, this is going to be a great chase.
And just the last thing in terms of just looking out and looking at the flags and the trees and so forth, it's going to be a real test mentally, because there are going to be certain periods out on that course where it is going to be a case of head down and just really run for it. And hopefully, like I say, it's going to give particularly Sophie Caldwell, who's coming home, maybe as going to take overall victory, certainly going to be potentially the British champion, providing any wheels don't corner. It's going to be a fantastic close, so we'll look to rejoin you in the next few minutes and to help to build you up to what's going to be an exciting finale. Okay, mate. So the excitement and drama continues. We're well in towards the run now. Certainly the athletes are almost approaching halfway, so less than 2.5 kilometres left to run. And as we can see from the visuals that are currently on your screen, Sophie Caldwell still has that advantage. Jessica Learmonth is having a fantastic race, still hanging on in second, but she isn't appearing on your screen there. But we also know that the American is looming large in third there.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at... We believe Jorgensen is 25 seconds behind Sophie Caldwell at the halfway stage. She's not showing on the screen, but that means she's taken a big chunk out of that lead of Sophie's. And if she carries on at the same rate, she's probably going to just pass her, maybe inside the last kilometre. So it'll be down to Sophie then to try and get onto her shoulder, and never know, maybe attack her as they come towards the finish. Again, Jess Learmonth is having a really strong run. She looks like she's got about 1:15, so she's holding that gap to that next group of Hannah Druitt and Jenny Manners. So right now, in terms of British Championships, you've got Sophie Caldwell, Jess Learmonth looking pretty secure for second, and then a good, real close battle between Hannah Druitt and Jenny Manners. But if you look a little bit further down, India Lee and Heather Sellers, now they came out of transition 1 minute behind, and they've closed the gap by about half to Jenny Manners and Hannah Druitt. So that's, if they carry on at that rate, that's going to be a really close finish.
Certainly, and as we talked about, it's ever so dramatic, all still to play for. Leads constantly changing, being cut down. Athletes maybe running a little bit scared, but all perhaps we're aware of. There'll be coaches, athletes, spectators, friends, family pointing out the gaps and giving them a key awareness. But particularly in terms of the main interest, it does look as though it's Britain versus America all the way to the wire. If anything, we have to take our hat off to Sophie Caldwell, a junior athlete showing confidence and esteem beyond her years. This could be a remarkable victory if she's pulling out. We have mentioned Jorgensen. She is closing all the time, but as it stands at the moment, it is still Sophie Caldwell who's leading the way. Jessica Learmonth in third, who's having a fantastic race. She's been there from the very off, from the swim. She was part of that breakaway group with Caldwell, so if she able to hand on, this is going to be a thoroughly deserved silver medal. And as Luke's recap there, potentially the battle in for bronze between the likes of Druitt, Manners and Thomas, but they have to be very, very aware of the threat of Sellers and Lee, who are closing in very fastly. Had they maybe left it too late, it's all to play for. Certainly the crowd are beginning to gather now as we enter into the home straight. Sarah Hodgson as well, in terms of obviously another one of those key names that we have mentioned, particularly in the junior age groups now. It's going to be very exciting, Luke, for this closing finish.
Yeah, that's a really really good run from Sarah Hodgson. So she came into transition in that group that was maybe a minute down on Fionn Harrott and Megan McDonald and Kate Curran, and she looks like she's closed right up, and she possibly could finish second to Sophie in the junior race.
Midway point on the final lap, and it is Gwen Jorgensen has gone through that point in the lead, and she has extended her lead now over Sophie Caldwell to 14 seconds. So they have around about 800 metres or so to go now.
800 metres left.
It's Jorgensen leading.
Do you mind just
Sophie
taking it slow?
Caldwell.
So roughly around about 600 metres left to run in this race now, and as we've mentioned now, the ever-looming threat of Gwen Jorgensen, the American, is now into the lead, Luke. So what's your thoughts heading into this last few stages?
Well, absolutely, that's a phenomenal run from Jorgensen. I think we can just see the motorbike. Here comes Jorgensen towards the finish. She'll be on your screens in about 15 seconds or so. It's a fantastic run.
And as we talked about, the American sporting quite a bit of attire today. The long sleeves. She was the world #1. She's lived up to that reputation. She takes victory here in the Tri Liverpool event, and now it's a case of sorting out the rest of these British finishers, and we've highly expected the British title is going to go to the junior Sophie Caldwell.
Absolutely. Gwen's going to know she's been in a race today. She looked like, as she came across the line, she looked like she had to work for that, and that's a real credit to Sophie. Yeah, as we mentioned multiple times, a junior. She's actually coming up the chute now with the motorbike in front.
There we go.
You're going to see her on your screens again in 10 seconds or so.
I think we saw a bit of a slight smile there. The junior athlete knows she's put on a mighty good show, and arguably maybe the performance of her career here today in Liverpool. A fantastic performance there. She takes the Women's Senior British Championship title, and the third place looks as though it's going to be Jessica Learmonth, who's had a fantastic run. It was certainly certainly her and Caldwell, who put in a fantastic surge on the bike, and she's going to get her just reserves there with a silver medal in the British Championships.
Absolutely. So, and as we mentioned, as they went through after one lap on the run, there was a fantastic battle building for the third place. So we've seen Sophie Caldwell finish first in the British Championships. Jess Learmonth just come across the line second, and we're waiting to see whether we'll have Hannah Druitt, Jenny Manners, or India Lee or Heather Sellers, if those girls have managed to catch the rest of that gap up.
And all the spectators are beginning to make their way to this closing finish area. They've been fantastic and roaring on all the competitors throughout this afternoon, and now they're seeing their taste of the female elite athletes, both juniors and seniors, all coming through. We've had the first three across the line, so if you've just joining us, it is a win for Gwen Jorgensen. As expected, the American world #1 has come in, but she didn't have it all her own way. Sophie Caldwell it was who was in second. A surprise maybe to many, but a fantastic, highly prestigious talent who's really delivering upon occasion. She keeps turning up. Another very credible performance from her. And Jessica Learmonth it was who's come through for that silver. But as Luke's mentioned, we are patiently waiting as such.
Here we go, it's a sprint finish.
So it's going to be quite a big sprint
Hannah
finish
Druitt
here.
and India Lee.
Hannah Druitt and India Lee are the battling for this
like
bronze
India Lee
medal.
has
And it
taken
looks
it.
as though India Lee, we talked about her strength in the run, and she's timed it to perfection. India Lee it is who takes the bronze medal.
And then very close behind, you got Jenny Manners in 5th and Heather Sellers in 6th. What a finish.
There we go.
Four
So
girls within about 10 seconds.
Jenny Manners, Heather Sellers. We talked about just these gaps and how it was slowly coming through, but India Lee has had a fantastic run there.
Looks like Zoe Thomas coming in for 7th. She was part of that group of 4. And
It is, yep,
she's stepped
confirmed
up
there.
really well
Zoe
this
Thomas,
year.
that is 8th overall, obviously 7th in the British standings there. So all these athletes, again, relying for Super Series points as well. It's not just about the British Championship medals at stake. There's series points to be gained, as there's quite a degree of championship. So in terms of prize money at stake for these overall finishes in the overall standing. So every place is extremely important.
Absolutely. I mean, we're looking out. So the 2nd and 3rd position in the Super Series going into this race was Katie Singh and Lucy Smith.
And it looks as though these might be those two coming.
I think it's Sarah Hodgson
Sarah
come through.
Hodgson.
What a fantastic run from her. And then Katie Singh. It's going to be really interesting to do that points calculation, but by my reckoning, India Lee has jumped up from 4th to 2nd in the overall series, and we'll see whether the points difference between Jenny Manners and Katie Singh for that 3rd position.
It is, and as we've pointed out already, Emma Pallant, she's not here. She takes the overall title, but that means there's a lot left to play for. Prize money being distributed for positions 1 down to 8. And how we coming in, we have Luce O'Neill, Emma Holt, Georgina Schweining and Kate Curran all coming across the line. So it's constantly changing in terms of athletes gaining points, swapping positions. And as we talked about, it's a series culmination, so they'll all look for their best 3 performances towards that overall title. Fionn Harrit is coming through there for 15th position.
So we have, by my count, 4 juniors across the line. So obviously Sophie Caldwell, Sarah Hodgson came through really well on that run to take 2nd. Kate Curran 3rd and Fionn Harrit 4th. Megan McDonald just coming across the line in 5th. Obviously those junior positions will have a big bearing when British Triathlon make the selections for the World Junior Championships, which takes place in Canada in 3 weeks' time. I believe they'll be doing that selection this week.
And the conditions, as we talked about, it was raining heavily prior to the build-up for these ladies. It's subdued while they're certainly in the swim and the bike, but as they've entered into the run, the wind and rain is coming, so many of these athletes are going to head inside after this. A fantastic effort by all, but obviously the recovery process needs to start as soon as possible, because as Luke's pointed out, potentially for others, there are bigger stories that lie ahead. And Lucy Smith, Charlotte Taylor coming through there on your screens as well, so a huge array of very talented athletes, all the way sort of closing out the top 20 as Caroline Hayes there. Some fantastic performances here today.
So that's Lucy Smith is quite a long way down there compared to some of her other results this season. Now obviously, as we mentioned before, it's best 3 to count, so it's not a disaster for her. She's had 3 good results, and it just depends how those other girls' results compare with her best three. So some of those girls like Jenny Manners, India Lee, who've picked up much higher positions than they have done before, they're going to gain a few points. And it remains to be seen where that leaves these girls in the overall series.
Certainly is. So what we'll look to do is we'll leave the stream rolling for you there, so you will be able to see all the athletes as they cross the line. We'll just take a momentary pause, and when we look to come back, we can hopefully tidy up a few things in terms of obviously confirming these overall positions and having a good, accurate prediction of where things will stand in the overall series.
What a race.
So that was a fantastic women's elite race, and I'm sad to say that this may be the last bit of action that we see here at the 2014 Liverpool Triathlon event. Due to the severe weather warnings, we do understand that the men's elite race is under severe threat and may not actually go ahead. For those of you who are still looking at the live stream, you can see from the visual pictures of the finishing tunnel that's literally being held together by physical people to hold it down, because there is a strong risk that it will fly off quite soon, because the spectators are all certainly heading indoors looking for a bit of sanctuary. We will look to confirm that later on, but potentially as it stands, the men's elite race, which was due to be going at 5 p.m. at the moment, is under severe threat of being cancelled. We'll look to provide you further information as soon as we learn.